Hi everyone, welcome to my JavaScript course. In this video, I will introduce you to JavaScript, explain why it's so powerful, and show you how to set up the environment using Visual Studio. To get started, uh, let's start with the benefit of using JavaScript. JavaScript is actually used in web development, back-end development with Node.js and mobile applications. It has a very huge demand on in the job market, and it works well with all browsers without installation. And you can use it to build on dynamic interactive websites with it. Yeah, it works. Yeah. So let me show you how to install the Visual Studio. Visual Studio, you can download it from any from link I'll provide on the below. Once you download JavaScript Visual Studio, I recommend you install the extensions. You can find it from here, and you can install ESLint, which is a useful extension to detect errors, like integrates JavaScript with VS Code, and you can install this one. Yeah, and also you can install Prettier, Prettier. It is a code formatting tool. It's used to make your code look better. Okay. And we can also install one more extension, Live Server, which is very useful. And like the benefit of Live Server is that when you when you want to view the HTML document, for example, whenever you make any change on the CSS and your documents, HTML or JavaScript, when you save the change, it will automatically reflect on the browser. Okay, you don't need to refresh or anything, it will automatically reflect on the browser. So, yeah. And yeah, once you finish the installation, we can proceed with the uh, code. Let's create files here. We'll use index.html, and we'll also create styles.css, and we'll add one more scripts.js. So basically, JavaScript file has to end with .js extension. It has to be saved with .js extension. Okay, and let's write a simple program just to test. So we'll start with hello world console.log. Console.log is a way to output on the console tab of the browser. I will show you 1 second. Hello world. So this is a simple website, simple command. So let's just open this one. Open with the live server. You see now, and we can click and go to inspect, or we can type uh, F10 to open the console to the development of developer tools. So on the console tab, you can see the message here. Failed to load, the server responded not found. One second. Going to first write the HTML documents. We'll write it here. And we have to link the HTML document with the JavaScript file here. So in order to do that, we have to use the script tag, script, or there is a shortcut. You can just type script here and colon src, and then type the document, which is scripts.js. In my case, since it's on the same folder, I didn't write any path here, but you can, in order to access it, you can specify the path here. If it is on a different folder, you have to specify the path. So this is how and yeah, and this is how we link the JavaScript file. This is called the external link, يعني. In order to access to write the JavaScript code on a different file. Okay, you can also type, if you prefer, you can also type the documents, the JavaScript code in the same HTML document. You can just by using the script tag at the bottom, and you can type the code here. It will work all the same, يعني. This is internally, and yeah, it's recommended to use the external link to write. It's recommended to write the JavaScript code in the external document. Okay. And yeah, let us save this and check now how we can. Okay, now I will open the. Okay, so let us compile our first JavaScript code, which is this one. So let us open it on live server. Once we click inspect, you can see it typed here hello world. As you can, this is the console tab. The console tab is this one. Okay, so let's use yeah, this is the console tab. Hello world. So this is our first. This is the output will be displayed here. So basically, the console tab is used for troubleshooting purpose, okay, for testing purpose. Also, you can write the code on the console tab itself here. Like, let's see, type alert, uh, alert at hello. Yeah. So as you can see, it works. Just typed hello, alert, and it works. So this is one way of typing, writing the testing the code. So Windows allows you to control. So basically, Windows, most console and documents are included. Basically, all these commands, like you can also use. There is one more command called print. It's used to print to give you this one. Yeah, this print the page. So whatever is available on the browser, for example, this print, as you can see here. So whatever option is available on the browser, you can use. You can access it using these commands. All these commands are part of an object called Windows, which is the the basically the browser. So when you type here Windows, for example, when we type alert here hello, it's going to display for me the document dot alert. Okay, one second. Not document, it's windows dot alert. Yeah, so this is the same code that I wrote before, but window, we don't have to specify window before all these commands, but It is how it should, how it is accessing the browser. So basically, for example, here also print, you can use Windows dot print. As you can see, there are many options in the Windows, many commands under the Windows object. Okay, for example, this is Windows print. As you can see, it works like this. So let's try another window dot. You have many options here to use that are under all the, basically all the functions are built-in functions are under the Windows command. Okay, and both the console log, console, and the document commands are also included in the, yeah. So yeah, you don't have to write Windows, but it will work either with when you type Windows or without Windows. Yeah. Let's move on to the next topic, which is the JavaScript. Actually has when you type any JavaScript command, even if you don't type the semicolon here, for example, okay, it will still not give you an error. It will run, it will work properly, as you can see. Let's try it on the, because open with live subject here. When you click inspect, see, it runs the code. Even if you don't type semicolon, it will not give you an error. This is not the case in most programming language, but in JavaScript, it's not giving you any error because the JavaScript has a feature called automatic semicolon insertion. So basically, it will add semicolon automatically in each line, at the end of each line. So even if you don't type semicolon on your code, at the end of the code, still it will run properly. But it is recommended to type the semicolon at the end of the each line of code, because later on you will minimize the, you will when you minimize the your your file, when you complete the code and try to minimize the file, all the lines of the code will be on the same line. Okay, all the code will be on the same line. So in this case, it will cause a problem. That's why it's recommended to put semicolon at the end of the type, at the end of the each line. And in JavaScript, basically we have two types of data types. We have primitive and we have non-primitive data types. Okay, we'll start with primitive. Non-primitive data types, we'll discuss it later on. Primitive data types, we have like strings, are basically like strings. One second. So let's type here strings, and we have also the number, and we have the boolean, 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 null, and we have one more, which is the undefined, undefined, undefined. So basically, let's check each one. So strings, string is like any string. Let's type one document. Let's use var equals to equals to x equals to, let's say Ahmed. So basically, this is a string. So Ahmed is a string. Okay, we can basically Ahmed is a string. Okay, you can use single quote or double quote. It will work either way. Okay, we can test it out like by using console.log and typing x and save it. Let's check. It should display Ahmed. Let's remove this. It should display Ahmed. Now, as you can see, it displayed Ahmed. Okay, and to check what's the type of this variable, we can just use type of command here, and it will give us the type of the variable, which is a string. As you can see here, it's showing string. Okay, so string, you can type double quote, you can use double quote or single quote. It will work either way. It will work either way. Okay, so so basically, yes, but you cannot type the strings without a quote. The quote must be available, must be written before the strings. And when it comes to numbers also, we can do the same thing for number. Var, let's say y equals to 25. In case of numbers, you shouldn't specify, you should specify the number without adding any quotes, because if you add quotes to the number, it will take it as string, not as number. Okay, so let's try using console.log, for example, and type of, or let's just type it first, display this one. Okay, and you can see it displayed 24. Okay, this is how you can declare a number. Okay, to check whether it's a number, to check the data type, you can just use the type of command as I showed you here, and use it here, and we'll display number. So yeah, if you type, for example, if you put single quote or double quote on the number, it will take it as a string. Okay, it will display the number, but it will take it as a string. Let's see here. As you can see, it took it as a string. Okay, so always remember not to put any quotes before a number or after a number. So basically, a number is basically like for example, in other programming languages, you may heard of maybe you have heard of float, okay, or double or integer, different type of data type, integers like this. But in case of JavaScript, all are considered data type or under number. Okay, so for example, let's type a constant. Let's say a equals to 2 point or 3.18, 3.13. Okay, this is basically like float, which is a decimal, which has a decimal point. Okay, so we have to use const to declare this kind of numbers, because uh, so it will not change. Okay, we can change this, for example, uh, let us use this, let us display a constant. Okay, once it's displayed, it will display for you the constant. Let's check the type of command. Yeah, number. So this is how it's going to work. This is how you can declare a constant variable. Okay. But there are some things we have to do when we declare, let's say, a boolean. Now we will go to boolean, which means true or false, to give you true or false. So basically, in case of boolean, uh, we have true or false. For example, let's assume uh, var uh, y no var, let's just mention this one, all this for a moment. So in case of, let's say, var equals true, okay, and use console.log to display var. So it should display true for you. True is a boolean value. So let us try using type of to check its data type. So we can see, as we can see, we will get the boolean character. Same thing goes with the poles. And null is basically, it is nothing. It's basically a bug in JavaScript. Type of null, if you type of null, will show an object. For example, let's assume let us yeah, and yeah, if you type of, yeah, and undefined is basically it will show you, it will show undefined if you have a variable that has no value. Okay, if you, for example, declare the variable and try to call this variable without assigning any value to this variable, it is going to be considered as undefined. We'll take it as undefined. Let us take one example here. For example, I just declared a variable y, and I will try to call this variable. Okay, so this will output for me undefined. As you can see here, undefined. It will show undefined, because I haven't assigned any value to this variable. Okay, we can also test using type of this, and it's going to show us also undefined. Okay, so these are the primitive data types that we've talked about. Okay, and let's move on to the next topic, which is the the var var const and let. So as I showed you before, whenever we want to declare a variable, we have to use one of this var, const, or let. Const is used for constant, used for constant values that must not be changed. Must not be changed. Okay, and yeah, and var is used to declare any variable string number. Let's see, array function. You can use you can use it even to declare anything, basically. Same thing with let. So the only difference between the three is basically, as we said, const. When it comes to const, for example, let me show you. Let's do const equals to 3.13. Okay, expected, let's say a. Yeah, this is how we do. And console.log. Yeah. And we'll just say, so as you can see, it displayed for us 3.13 as it should. But let's assume, for example, I said I want to declare const equals to a. I will declare const. I will declare and initialize on a different line. Okay, const a. Okay, and a equals to 3.13. initialize. As you can see, it gave me an error. Const declaration must be initialized. Okay, but if we do the same thing on var or let, it will work. Let's try var here. Let's type b. Okay, I'll just declare this for now, and I want to initialize b to 2. Okay, see, I didn't get any error here. This is because in case of var and let, you don't have to declare and initialize and assign the value at the same line. But in case of const, you have to initialize and declare uh, and assign the value at the same line. That's the difference between const, let, and variable. This is one difference. Okay, and the second difference is that when using var, yeah, by the way, var is actually not used and it's not recommended to use var. It's recommended to use let and const. So yeah, let yeah, and there is one more difference between let and var. So let's assume let. Let's declare let a equals to 4. Okay. Okay, because yeah, let a equals to 4. Okay. So let c equals to no let a equals to 5. As you can see, cannot redeclare block scoped variable a. It gave me an error because I cannot redeclare the same variable twice. Okay, this is same as const, but not in case of var. In case of var, it's different. As you can see, I've declared v to b, right? vb equals to, let's say, 5. Okay, and let's declare no, not b, yeah, var b equals to, let's see, let's put semicolon here, and let's mention here 6. Okay, it works fine. It doesn't even give me an error. Okay, you can redeclare even if you type here console.log just to check b here, it will give you this value, the last declared value 6. But if you do the same thing here in case of let.log, let's say a here. Okay, you will receive an error. Let us check here. Been redeclared. Okay, it gave me an error here, but it didn't display. 1 second. It should have displayed this one actually. Const b. Yeah, but it didn't display, but it didn't give me an error. Mhm. Yeah, so we only got an error for the second one, which is the here, because you cannot redeclare a, which is the best practice actually. It's recommended to use let. You cannot redeclare the same variable twice. Basically, these are the difference between var, let, and const. So let's move on to the next topic. Yeah, let's go to the concatenation. Let's go to the concatenation. For example, let's say I want to combine two values. Let's use console log. For example, I want to put some text here. Let's remove this one. Let's make it B. B and remove this. Okay, and the B. Let's mention, for example, let's mention here name equals to Ahmed. Yeah. And let's mention here age equals to 26, 25. Okay, and we want to display this, but we don't just want to display it in a like this. For example, there's different ways of displaying. I want to say, like, for example, my name is Ahmed and I am 25 years old. Okay, there are different ways of displaying this. You can use semicolon, I mean colon, I mean quotes, like for example, my name is, and put plus here, and type name, and you put plus again here, and add colon here is name, and type, and I am 25. You can add plus here and mention age, and add the quotes again is years old. So basically you have to add plus here. So this is one way of doing it. So now it should run properly. Let's see. As you can see, it's mentioned my name is Ahmed and I am 25 years old. So this is one way of doing it, but this is not the best way, because let's say, for example, as you can see on this output, okay, is Ahmed and it's all sticking together. So also 25 years old sticking together. So there is a way to give space between them here. Let me show you. My name is Ahmed. Okay, Ahmed, space after and type. Let's add quote here and add addition here. Okay, so it will give you space. Addition here. So even I will do the same thing for addition here, and yeah, so I put space between Ahmed and, yeah, basically this is what we are doing. So let us try now. Is Ahmed, the space, there has to be some actual space here so it will work. Yeah, as you can see, my name is Ahmed. Now there is space between is and Ahmed, but this is not the ideal way of displaying the output. So there is a better way of doing this. Instead of typing spaces and adding all this, so there is a better way of doing this. We call it temporal and literal. This one, we'll name it temporal literal. This is the ideal way and the best recommended way of using it. So it's basically, it works by adding backticks. Backticks, you can find it on top of the tab key. So let's type my name is Ahmed. So when I want to add a variable, I have to put the dollar sign, then the curly braces, then the variable. Okay, and I am, I have to add the dollar sign here, add the curly braces, years old. So let us try this now. Let's play this. As you can see, it's even better looking than the one we did before. The reason for this is because any space you put, for example, in the between the backticks, okay, or between the words, it will automatically reflect on the output. Like for example, let's say I put this much space between my name is John, okay, so it will look exactly like this. Let's save this one and check the command. As you can see on the output, it will display same my name here, and there is this much space and then this. So this is the best way and the most recommended, the recommended way of uh, doing this. Let's try to do the operators. Like next, we'll go with the operators. We have different types of operators. Yeah, operators like we have the addition, we have the subtraction, we have the multiplication, we have the division, and we have modulus sign for the reminder, and we have the square root for the square root. Yeah. So basically, to do this, let us try each one by one. Okay. Let's put here the let's put a here, for example, a and b. Okay. So I'll put 5 and I'll put here 3. Yeah. So the output will change this one like this. So let us add both a plus a b. So basically all we have to do is just put the variables a plus b. It's done. Display for you the output, which is 8, which is the right, because 5 plus 3 is 8. But see, the addition symbol plus sign could mean join or add. So for example, if you add two strings, it will combine it. Let's say I added here, I put here I make it a string instead of a number. So when I do like that, okay, it will show 53. It will add it. It will join both the variables a, b plus. So if you put both the variables as a string, then it will join it instead of adding it. So for example, let's say I put 5 string and 5 and 3 b. So it should display not in no, when you add a string with a number, it's displaying to you 53, still displaying same type. Let us try to, yeah, so this is how you can add, and we can also use it to subtract. We'll do the same thing. So yeah, 2 for example, and we can also make it like multiplications. We can make it multiply with multiply here, and division. So basically, it's going to perform all these operations. You can use any command, and this is basically a modulus. Like it will give you the reminder. Modulus operators will give you the reminder of the output. Yeah, the reminder. And square root. Like if you want to see the square root of two numbers, you can just type this one. give you 5 square root of 3. This one, 1 to 125. So basically, these are the operators that we use. There is another way of converting strings to a number. So let's say you want to convert a string to a number. Okay. Now let's assume, let's just say A. Okay, A is basically a string. There is one way to convert a string to a number. Okay. So to convert it to a number, all you have to do is just type number here. Type this A. So now A will be converted as A will be converted to number. Yeah, A is a number. Test whether it's converted to a number or no. You can just type of and put this in the bracket, and it will give you a number because you use the number function. Okay. So yeah, but if you add, for example, a string with the with the with the number, let's say Abdul here, okay, it will usually take the first. To remove this one, so what it will do is basically it will take the first number, the first letter number here, and convert it to number and remove the remaining text. No, it should give us actually an undefined. Sorry, it should give us undefined, but 1 second. Not undefined, it should give us not a number, but in our case it's giving us a number. Let us try to take this for a moment and copy it here, paste it. Because not a number is actually a number, so either way it will. Let us remove this for a moment and try to save this one. And yeah, as you can see, it's a string. Okay, now it's a string. Okay, so now let's add a number here. If you add the number and remove the type of, just so we can see the display actually without the. Yeah, so let us check now. It will give you not a number. Yeah, because you added a string on the with the uh, with the number. Okay, this is why yeah, this is the problem. So in order, so by the way, when you try to do type of for this, okay, it will display for you the as a number. The reason for this is that not a number is actually a number. That's how it treats it in JavaScript. Anyhow, so to solve this problem, we have another built-in function which is called parse. So basically what parse does is it's going to take the first number here as a number, convert it to the first part of the string as convert it to a number, and remove all this string. Just keep the first one. Okay, like let us test it for a moment. So this should display 5. Yeah, displayed 5. As you can see, it just deleted this string, and so that's how we can use parse int. Okay, for example, if you have a constant or decimal point, you can use parse float also. Console log parse float also is parse float. So also can be used if you have a decimal 0.5, for example. You can use parse float, it will convert it for you to a number. So basically, these are how we can use the, yeah, we have parse float. We discussed, now we have discussed about the parse float, parse float, parse int. We've discussed about parse float, parse float. We have discussed about numbers. Yeah, all these are ways to convert a string to a number. Okay, but yeah, the only difference is when it comes to numbers, it will only convert the string if in the string there is only a number, one number or two number. Anyway, there is a number. But if there is a string inside the actual string inside the variable, you should use parse it. So it will take only the first number and remove the string. Okay, if you have a decimal point number, you can use parse float, convert to string. And basically this is the difference between them. And let me show you some other tool, some other build. We have max number, max value. For example, let's go here, let's type this max value. So let us try something here. Let's type number dot max value. So basically this function, what it does is it will give you the maximum number, okay, the maximum number that's available on this number, that's possible in this number. So yeah, the issues here actually, so we don't need this, so remove it. Most here, this is the number, this is the maximum value, okay, that you can get in the JavaScript, maximum number. Okay, we have also maximum safe number, safe integer, the safest integer. Okay, we can type here the maximum safest integer, like here you can type max safe integer. It will give you a different number here. So this is the safest, that one was the maximum, and this is the safest integer we can have in JavaScript. And to check the number, to check if the number is safe or not used, so we can, there is also another option we have here, is integer, and you can type it here, put the number here, for example, test, and it will give you true or false. But this functions that I'm showing you actually are not used that much. And there is one more that is actually used in the real world. So number, you can use number dot is integer. Basically this will check if it is an integer or no. For example, we put 5 here, it should give you true because 4 is an integer. Okay, let's say we put, it gives you false. If you put string, it will give you false. So this will check if the number is an integer or no. This one is useful. And there is also one more to check if it is probably none or no, like not a number or no. So there is a way. One I told you, none is the output you get when you, for example, try to combine a string with a number. try to make any operation with a string with a number, you will get not a number. Okay. So is this a number? This is not, but let's try plus 3. No, no, type. Okay, this is not a number. Is none divided. Yeah, we can type here Ahmed, for example, and make a division to get not a number. No, to get 5 number. Yeah, so it shows here true. As you can see here, it shows true because this is not a number. I told you any operation you make with this you do between a string and a number, it will give you not a number because it's a string. So true. Okay. So and we have also math built-in functions of math. Let's try with that 1 second. Control V, and let's use math for example. Here we have math dot apps, which is basically what it does is it converts a negative number to a positive number. Okay, let's assume you put here let's a equals to -5, -4. So if you put a here, so basically a 4, not -4. Okay, 4. So it removes the negative here. Okay, let's show you. Let me show you without. If we what will happen if we display without using that math.psn, it will display for you -4. So basically this is used to convert negative to positive. Okay, square root will give you the square root of a number. There is one more for the square root. Control S, Control V. This is used for square root. So basically it will give you the square root of this, which is square root of 4. So it's 2. 2 is the square root of 4. So basically, yeah, this will give you the square root of 2. But this is same like using this one. Okay, like same like saying like this square root of a. No, not like no, the square root is here. Power. Let's be here. Put power here. 3, comma 3. So this is same as that one actually. Sorry, this is the power. So for example, let's say we put a. So for the power of not a number because you have to specify 2 actually. Let's type 4 2. So this means for the power of 2 16. Yeah, this is same like this one, like saying like 4 1 2 is the same as this, the power of 2. Okay, display 16 for you. And we have one more. It is will be this Control C, Control V. So let's put here the round, which is round command. So basically what this will do is round the number you put here. For example, let's say I added here 10.5, 10.6. It should give me 11, right? Because this is nearest to the 11. 10.6 nearest to 11. 10.4, it should give me 10. Basically rounding the comma. Yeah. So let us try one more. There is one more for round for seal. Seal basically gives you the highest number. Okay, the highest number to the number. For example, let's say I put 10.1. In case of round, it gave me, or let's use if you put round, it will give you 11. It will give you 10 because it's the nearest to that number. But seal is not. It's the opposite actually. It will give you 11 because 10.4, the highest number is 11. Okay. Then the floor will give you the lowest, the opposite of seal. Control C, Control V. So if you use floor here, for example, floor, and type this, even if you type 10.9, still it will give you 10 because it's the lowest number, that number. We have min and max. Let's try with min. Min, it will give you, let's say you put different numbers here, 1, 2, 3, 4. So the lowest number will be 1. So it should output 1. While if you type here, let's say you type here max and type this here, so the highest number is 6, it should output 6. Control V. Yeah, it should output 6. As you can see here, the output is 6. So basically, this is how different built-in math functions work. So thanks for watching, and we will see you next video. 3, 4. So the lowest number will be. Let us continue with the previous. Previously, we discussed about this. Let us go with strings. Okay, and the strings. Okay, so I showed you how to convert a number, sorry, a string to a number. So there is now I will show you how to do the opposite, like to convert a number to a string. In order to do this, we have to do, for example, let's say a equals to power 4. Okay, console.log. Okay, and we add this one. We add this one. Let's add a here. Okay, just check. So it will get, you'll get 4. 4 is basically a number. Okay, let us try Control C and Control V. Let's confirm type of a number. Okay, as you can see, it is a number here. Okay, but assume that we want to convert it to a string. So all we have to do in this case is just type string here, type here, and type save. So it gives you the number, but to check if it's a string or no, let us do it here. String. Let us use this one. Because it has to be. Yeah, so this is it. As you can see, it's a string. It converted this number to a string. There is another way of adding and converting a number to a string. You can put the number directly instead of using variable. Type. So there is another way of doing this. Like you can just type a dot string. Also dot log. We type here this way. So basically what this will do is convert this to a string. Okay, this is another way of converting to a string. To string. Okay. There are, let's try more functions. Okay, let's try console dot log to name. We'll do a dot repeat. So we'll put n here, or we'll put a here. So basically, a will repeat 10 times. We'll put n here. So this should display 10 times. So this is what this function does. Repeat. If you use the repeat function, built-in function, you can add how many times do you need this number to be repeated, and it will repeat it for you by that number. Repeat is not a function, so it must be an issue with the dot. No, this is not showing here. I should repeat all. Import error. Repeat is not a function. Okay, so this command is not showing here. Anyhow, we will check it. And let's try another one. Name dot length. The dot length. So this one. So let's say I have here a. Yeah. Or let's put here a string so that we can see the length. Let's say Ahmed here. We type Ahmed. Okay, so I want to check the length of this one. So I can use this command to check the length. Okay, the length of a variable, the value of the variable. So let us try the length command here. Length, then, no, sorry, remove the 10. Remove this as well. Yeah, it gave you 5 here. Okay, because, for example, here you can count, you can start from a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there are 5 strings, 5 letters in this variable. Okay, as shown here. Because in JavaScript it takes each string separately and gives it space in the memory. Okay, each letter has a separate space in the memory. Okay, how we can check that? We can just do a dot length. We can count that one, and we can also display. Yeah, this is how it takes. For example, I added. Let's say I put Ahmed here. Okay, we counted Ahmed and we got 5. It's total of 5 strings as shown here. But let us just add it as a space here. Okay, even a space will have, and let's save this. It will be 6. Okay, so it's counting the space also, the space between after Ahmed. So this is one way of checking the length. So so let us try something else. Control C and copy. Let us try to paste to do this a dot. Yeah, play a dot 0. So basically, now what I'm doing is I'm trying to access this variable a, the value, using bracket notation. Okay, this is commonly used for to access array, but string also we can do it because it's the same concept. So a0 should give me a because it will start from 0, not 1. This is very important. All, not strings and arrays and whatever, it always starts from 0. Okay, so A is in 0 position, H is in 1 position, M is in 2 position, 3 E is in 3 position, and D is in 4 position. So A 0 should display A. Yeah, and let's try here 2. Let's try here 2. It should give me M, which is here 0, 1, 2. So this is one way of accessing the string letters in each string. Same as above, except if you add 10. Okay, but let's see what happens if you just, let's change this variable so it will be more realistic. Let's put name here because this is actually a name. Anyhow, so let us, yeah, this is a name actually. Oh, okay, because a is undefined, we change the variable to this. Okay, so now we could just remove the, let's say we type here 6. Okay, as we know, 6 is not so we'll get undefined. Okay, because this string and this string there is only 4 numbers. The 4. If you start from 0 here, it will be 4. Okay, if you type 6 here, which is more than what's available in the variable name, it will give you undefined. Okay. There is another way of accessing this. We can use the tar add. Okay, and try here 0. Should give me 1. This we have to use a camel case. Not that if that is even available. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's a dot. It's just name dot. So it will give you also. It gave me undefined here. Yeah, this is also one built-in function. You can use car at. We'll do the same thing as what we did before. So we can use car at. The only difference between this one and the previous method is that this one, if you type, for example, here, let's say 6, it's not going to give you anything. It's not going to give you undefined. It's not going to give you anything. Okay, that's the difference between car at and previous one. If you There is one more way we can, one more thing we can do. Let's just try this one. Let us just remove this for a moment and try here. Um, I am a good programmer. Let's make it long. JavaScript programmer. Okay. So this is a string. Okay, for example. So let's say you want to access a single letter, find or a single letter on the string. So let us use console.log. We can use index of, okay, the letter, let's say A, the letter A, because this is actually not defined. Okay. Index of, you have to specify the name here. name dot index of. So yeah, so it will give you a because it took the first a here. It's in position 1. It will give you the position of a, which is 1, which is 0 1. Okay, so index o will find this letter's position. We'll give you the 2 location. Let's try j here, for example. It will give you 11. See, 1 0 1 2 3. Okay, come on. Good job. Let's continue. Okay. Uh, this is one way of finding a location of this one, of the letter on this string. Okay. And there is also, you can also add a specific, for example, you can make a here, you can type a here, put a number here, a comma, and type the position you want to start the search from. Let's say I don't want this one. Okay, I don't want you to give me search for this a, search for this a, so I can just make 0 1 2. I can just make it from start from 2 here, and خلاص, it will give me 4 here. Okay, so 0 1 2 3 4, so it will give me this a. Okay, this is the position you want to start. You can specify also the position to start this search from. Let's say last index of I. Last index of I. There is one more way of doing this. Control C here, Control V. So let's see last index of A. Of I. Let's say I want to start from the last. Let us display here. Isn't the function? Let's try here last index of, so it should be working. Let's remove this for a moment. Last. Let's remove this for a moment. There is one more, but it's not coming here. So basically, this what it will do is it will do the same as this one, but except it will start from the end of the string. It will start for counting from the end of the string. Okay, slice. There is one more called slice here. Control V. We can try here slice. Slice. So basically, slice. It will take. Let's say you put all here. You don't put any parameter here. Okay, and you print this one. I hope this is making problems. So here it will display for me. I'm not a good JavaScript programmer. It will display the whole string. Okay, it will take it and slice it and put it on the output. But let's say I want to only display I am a good I'm a good or yeah, I'm a good without JavaScript programmer. Okay, so all I have to do is just type here 0, comma, which is the starting position of the first letter in the string, and let's see, 1 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and I'll put here 10. Okay, control Z. So here it displays for me I am a good. Okay, okay, so this is what slice does. Basically it takes part of this the string and displays it, or slices part of the string and displays it output for you. Okay, let's try one more example. Let's try JavaScript. Let's display only JavaScript programmer. So to do that, all I have to do is just try 11 and up to, we know the length, which is just try here. Let's see how many. Let's see 0 1 2 3 4 5 6. So let's try 31. It didn't display because you can type 32 here. So it will display for your JavaScript program. So basically this is how we can use the slice option. And we have one more, which is the split option. Control C, split option, split options. Basically, a split will put it in an array, but in a separate indexes. Okay, that's what it will do. It will put it in an array, but in a separate indexes. Okay, let's assume we want to put this one display. As you can see, it did it in an array. It added in the array. Splits it in an array. Okay. So you want, let's say you want to put each letter separately. Okay, you can put it this way. As you can see, it puts each letter, splits each letter separately. I, A, M here. Okay, as shown here. Okay, and let's put space here. It will put, if you put like this, like if you put space on the quotes here, it will separate only the words, each word separately, or you will put it on a separate array. Okay, this is the difference between split. And there is one more, which is V. There is one more, substring. Substring, basically what it does is the same as slice. Okay, if you remember what slice does, slice used to take part of the string and displays it. Okay, so what, and substring does the same thing, except will display, it doesn't accept negative. Okay, that's the only difference. It doesn't accept negative. So for example, let's say I put 2. Let me display the same thing here, 11. I used 11 before, right? 11 and 32. So this should display for me. Remove this one. Yeah, JavaScript programmer. As you can see, it displayed JavaScript programmer. This is the same output as displayed when we use slice. Slice and substrings are basically similar. The only thing is, slice accepts negative value. Yeah. Negative. Let's assume put negative value. It accepts negative value. So let's see 1. Displayed only R. Let's say negative 1 to 2. But here it will not accept a negative value. If you put any negative value, it will not do anything, basically. Substring doesn't accept negative value. That's the only difference. And substr, there is one more. Substring, substring, substr will display the last letter. Let's try the same. It displayed for me JavaScript programmer. Substr also is similar with substring. Okay. Similar with string. Okay. So yeah. The only difference between substr and substring and slice is there is one difference. For example, if I put here 31, as you can see, it displayed for me JavaScript program. Okay, it included R. Okay, when I use substring, let's do the same thing using substring. Okay, with ing, it will not display R. As you can see here, program, the last letter doesn't display it in substring. Same with the slice. It's not going to display for you the last letter because as you can see, same thing with the slice. So the thing is because, for example, let's say you want to display JavaScript programmer, you have to the 11th position, which is J, right? Let's no towards Z. Let's just count from I. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. J is on the 11th position, right? Okay, so 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. R is on the 31st position. Okay, but it will not, if you type, but you will not type, if you want to display JavaScript programmer, you have to type 32. So because it will not take the last position, the last letter. Okay, you have to add one more number, but that in case of substr it will do the work. So that's the difference. And we have script as it will start from. We mentioned before that we can use a slice to add negative, right? It accepts negative. That's what makes it different from substring. So let's use -6 here, for example. So it will, it should display 1, 0, 1, 3. Let's say 9 and see what's the output. So I was able to display programmer, okay, when I used the -10. The reason for this is that it's counting from the end, from R. For example, here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Okay, yeah, it's starting from the end. That's why it's displaying slice here. And we have one more, which is important actually, will be mostly used. It is the includes built-in function. Includes built-in function. So this basically what it does is checks whether this letter is available on the string or no, and outputs true or false based on the yeah, let's say A is obviously available on the strings, right? So it should display true. Let's assume, for example, here it's true, okay, because A is already available. It checks if this letter is available in the string. Okay, let's put here something that's not available. Let's say Z. Z is not available here, so it will display for us false. That's what's how it's used. It will check if the letter is available in the string and displays true or false based on that. You can also add a starting point. You can also add a starting point. For example, let's say A here. A. We have more than one A here, right? Let's say I don't want to count. I don't want to check this one, the first one, and the second one also. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I will start from 5. Yeah. So it will check only this one. It will check only. It will check this one. That is. Right. And we have one more starts with. So there is one more probably. Let's say start with. Yeah, so basically this will check if it starts with uh, this letter or no. Type. Let's assume we want to check if this starts with A or no. Okay, this names variable string starts with A or no. It's not a function. Yeah, because it actually starts with. Yeah, it says false because obviously this this is starting with I, not A. But let's put I here and check, confirm. It gave me true here down. So that means because it checks whether it starts with this letter or no. Okay, and the same concept, the same idea, Control C and Control V, we can do also ends with. So basically, this will check if it ends with the letter or no. It's the opposite of start with. So let's put R here. It will bring me true. Yeah, this is how it is done. Right. So here we finished with the strings. Okay, we have gone through how we can convert. Let's summarize what we did until now. So with the string, for example, we have gone through how to convert numbers with strings, and we have numbers to strings. We've gone through different ways of converting numbers to strings, and we have checked all the different built-in functions of strings, like index of, which is used to give you the position of the specific letter, and we discussed that we can specify from which position to start, and we have gone through last index of, which is which will show you, which will start from the end to look for this letter on the start, starting from the end. We've talked about slice, which will display the, which will cut, which will take some input, some string from your variable and display it. Okay, you can specify the start position and the end position. Same with this slice. If you don't specify the start and the end position, it will cut, it will display all. And we have split. We've discussed it, how to use split. And how to, if you want to put each letter of the string in a separate array, you can use split with a quote, single quotes, without adding space. If you add space, it will put each letter in one. Yeah. And we have discussed about substring. Substring, same as slice, except same concept with slice, except that it doesn't accept negative. Okay, slice, we talked about slice, it accepts the negative. You can add a negative value using slice, but it means a negative value means it will start from the end of the string. And we have substr, which is actually similar with substring. Substr, the only difference is substr will include the last letter of the string. And we have talked about starts with and end with built-in function. And start with will check if the name, if the letter exists in the strings. It starts with if the string starts with this letter or no. Ends with will check if it ends with this letter or no. You can specify. And we have talked about includes, which is very important. So it checks if this specific letter is available, if it is there available on the string or no. So that's it for today. We'll see you on the next session. Thank you for. So let's start with the arrays now. We'll go through arrays. So basically, arrays is nothing but space so that you can add your strings, values, numbers outside of this array. It's a collection of data. Like, let me give you an example. For example, let's say this let names equals to we put here Ahmed, and we put here Sam, and we put here James, and yeah, we added. So basically, this is how we create an array. Okay, we use a bracket notation, and we specify the arrays. So in order to access a single array, a specific array, so let us try to use console.log. Okay, and display names. Control S. So see, it will display for me all the arrays, which is Ahmed, Sam, and James. Okay. So here's how it will see it. Ahmed is in the 0 position. Okay. As we discussed in the string, it's the same concept here as well. So Sam will be in 1 position and James will be in the 2nd position. Okay. So in order to access each array separately, there are 2 ways to do it. You can use the bracket notation, which is like this, and you can just specify 0, for example. It will display for me Ahmed, as you can see here. And let's say I display 1 here, it will display for me Sam. So this is one way of accessing arrays. And this is how we can access arrays. Okay. And let's say you want to change the content of array, modify the content of the arrays. So and yeah, before we do that, I want to show you something that's very important. Let's say, for example, you have a nested array. A nested array is basically an array within an array. Nested array. This concept is basically an array inside 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 an array. This is the simplest explanation for it. So basically, let's say we have added Ahmed, Sam, and James, right? So let's say I simply want to add inside this array another array. All I have to do is type this and make uh, uh, JSON. Okay, I'll put comma here and add Sarah. I'll put comma here and I'll add here Noura. Noor. Okay, so basically this is what we did. This is a nested array. Okay, so but to access this nested array, what I can do is, for example, here 0 1 2. Here it will be 0 actually. Okay, here it will be 1 and 2, but you're not going to do it that way. You're going to do it this way. So since this nested array is actually on the third position, so it will be like this. To access it, you have to specify third position, mention that it's in the third position, and mention the position of the inside array, the value inside this nested array position that you want to access. You can access it using this. For example, this one 1. Okay, and we will access here, for example, 3 here, and we'll access here, make it 3. So this is how it is, how to be accessed. For example, if I want to access Sarah, I will access by using 3 1. The reason I'm using this is because this nested array as a whole is in the third position of the entire array. Okay, it's in the third position, so we have to mention the position. And Sarah is inside, it's on the 1st position. So let's try here, for example, names. Let's put here 3 and let's add here 1. This should display Sarah. Let us yeah, you should put comma here, and which is, yeah, it displayed Sarah here. So this is how we can access nested arrays. I showed you how you can access normal array and how you can access nested arrays. Okay, so yeah, for example, let's say you want to access Noor, so you have to just do 3 3. This is how you can access Noor. Actually, this should be 2 because Noor is in the second position, so we can put here 2. Okay, so this is how we can access Noor. So basically, let's do let's go with adding or modifying or modifying modifying the arrays array values. So let's say you want to change the value of change Ahmed, put it John instead of Ahmed. So all you have to do is, let's do this, names names names, and add the position, which is 0. Okay, Ahmed's position is 0. So I can just put like this, name equals to uh, name will equals to John. Okay, and this will replace the this. Let's put it here just to make our code cleaner. Result equals to control V. Okay, yeah, so basically put here, so it should display actually. Yeah. So it just displayed names. No, so no, we should actually display the array so that we can see which name changed. No modification have been made. 1 second. So 1 second. That's because we didn't actually specify this one. Yeah. Yeah. As you can see now, it's John instead of Ahmed. Okay, John, Sam, and James. Okay. This is how you can modify the value inside of array. So what it did is just basically in the position 0, which is Ahmed, it removed Ahmed and it replaced it with John. This is how you can add. There's one way of adding the modifying the array. Yeah, one way of modifying the array. Find the array. So there is. So we'll remove Ahmed or anything in the first index. So so let's say you want to remove John completely. You don't want to replace it with any other uh, uh, string or thing. So basically, this what it does is remove, replace, replace array value. That's what it does. So let's say you don't want to replace John. You don't want to replace anything. You just want to remove it completely. So all you have to do is just type names, okay, and select the position. Dot shift, dot shift, dot shift, and that's it. So this will remove the first position, the first value. Like right now it's Ahmed, right? I mean, sorry, it's John since we replaced it. So John will be removed completely. It will start from. Let's test it out. Yeah, as you can see, John was removed. Sam, John, James. John was removed from the array. Okay, so because this will choose the first shift, will remove the first. Note this down. Will remove the first value. Yeah, if you want to verify more, let's do it again. It should. Okay. So let's do it again. Let's copy Control C. Let's add this one more time. Control V. Okay, let's do it now. It will remove Sam. Okay, now it's James. So this is what it does. It removes the first value of an array. Starts from this position. So we have one more, which is the pop. So names.pop. So this is actually the opposite. It will do the same thing as shift, but the only difference is, let's test it out. Let's test it out for a moment and display here control C. So it will display. Remove this. Control. No, control V. We need it to keep it. So control C and control V. So we can see what it does actually. Yeah, so what it did is it removed, it does the same thing as shift, but it removes from, it starts from the bottom, from the left. So let us try again by, let us do something. Let us just rebuild this for a moment. Remove the shift from here and remove this as well. Okay, let us make a new array here. Control C and Control V. Okay, let's name it name let's name it names. Okay, let's just remove this nested. We don't need it. Yeah. Uh, yeah, we don't need it. So yeah, let's comment this out for a moment. Just comment it. Yeah, comment the code. Comment this as well. Comment this. Console. Then let us just dot log names. So this should display the array values, which is Ahmed, Sam, and John right now. So let us try to use to pop. That's it. So as you can see, it removed James. It starts from here, from the end of the array. Okay, if you use shift, it will remove the first value of the array. If you use pop, it will remove the last, the end. It will start removing from the end of the array. Okay, so let us try to do splice, for example. Okay, or there is one more function which is opposite of the opposite of pop. Push will add the values to the end of the array. Okay, push will add values to the array. Okay, pop will remove values from the end of the array. Pop will remove from the end of the array. Push will add the array. So this is the difference between push and pop. Okay, this is the difference between push, pop, and shift. So let us go with names dot reverse. Let's try reverse. Basically, when it comes to reverse, this is what we do. Reverse will reverse the order of the array. It's going to reverse the order of the array. We'll see. Let us try it here. Okay, after the reverse function is run, as you can see, before it was Ahmed, Sam, John, and Sarah. Okay, after we reverse it, it's Sarah, John, Sam, and Ahmed. We reverse the order. So basically, this one will be at the end, this will be at the end. So it's reverse the order. Reverse will only reverse the order of the array. This is pretty straightforward. Names dot sort. So what it will do is that name dot sort will order array in alphabetical order for number in order. So it will sort your array, it will order your array in alphabetical order. Orders your array in alphabetical order. Yeah. Let me give you an example here. Before it was Ahmed, Sam, John, and Sarah, right? So what it did is Ahmed, it started with Ahmed, which is A because it's the first letter, then J because that's the second. they're in the order. It's S and Sarah. This is how sort is used also. Basically, this is what we do with the arrays. Let's say you want to combine two arrays. Okay, how would you do it? So in order to combine two arrays, first let's just make two arrays. Control C, C. So control B. So let's put it 1 and let's mention here 2. And let's just change the name because which John and Sarah is included there. So let's just names array 1. Okay, equals to let's make some type comma James. Okay, comma James. Okay, this one. Okay, so control Z this one. So let's paste this one. Control V. So this is to mention this one as Sarah. Okay, okay. Here we'll put Ahmed. So let us just put this the semicolon because we don't need it right now. Yeah, just put here. Yeah. So let us just type here. Okay. So let's display R1. So it is displaying that one and R2. Okay, so this is okay. So let's say you want to combine these arrays. So one way of doing this is you can just put plus to join. Array2. So it's going to display, it will combine both the arrays. Okay, as you can see here. Okay, it will combine both the arrays, but it will combine it as, let us try type of, combine it as a string, not an array. Okay, to combine it, but to combine it as string. So to make it, so it's better if we use concat built-in function, which will solve this problem. It will. So you can just do this concat. No, you can just type r1 dot concat and r2, which will combine it for you, and it will give you it on in a let's say let results equals to this. Okay, let's remove this one and the results. So the result would be, yeah. So as you can see, it combined it for you in one array. Okay, Sam, John, James. So it combined it in one array. So concat built-in. It's better to use concat built-in function instead of using. So it combines two or more arrays. This method returns a new array without modifying any existing array. Okay. So it will return for you a new array without modifying any existing array. So still, your existing array is not modified. You can check by going here. Log one. Yeah, see, as you can see, it's there. Same with the two. It's one way to concatenate arrays. You can also use join, but the problem with join is it will actually convert it to string. Yeah, it will convert for you to a string. So same as it will be same plus same as the addition. So let's assume let's assume okay, I think here we finalized array. There are more concepts related to array that we'll discuss later on, which is very important concepts like such as map, filter, and reduce. That's it. Later on. Thank you for watching and see you on the next. So we finished. Okay, so now we'll start with the if else else if and if else or loop or loop or loop or loops if else, and we have for loops, while loop, while loop, loops, loops, switch. So before we go with if and if else, so basically we have okay, we've learned about the operator equal. Okay, but there is one more operator like this one, for example, equal. If you add two equal signs, it means it's going to compare. It's a comparison operator. Only compares the values no matter what the data type. Okay, and if you add equal sign three times like this, it will check the data type, checks value, value, values, and data type, data type. Okay, and if it is two equals, as I said, checks only values, checks and compares values. So let us start with an example. Okay, let's say let role equals to uh, prompt what is, don't worry about this prompt. Okay, just what is your role, your role. Okay, just an example. Okay, so this will prompt the user, it will ask the user what is your role. Okay, so if the user, if the role is equals to admin, admin, okay, then curly braces here, document write, document dot write, update, update, create and delete. delete. Else, else, else. Uh, you don't have permission. You don't have permission. So I will just mention you don't have permission. You don't have. You don't have. You don't have permission. So basically, this code, what it will do is it will ask the user to enter a role, his role. Okay, if he's admin or not. So if he types admin, it will give him update, create, it will give him this list of permissions. Okay, if he doesn't type admin or if he types anything else, it will display you don't have permission. So this is the purpose of if and else, if else. Okay, it will check if this condition is true, check this one, display this one. If it is not, display this one. Okay, it doesn't have to be equal, it can be anything, it could be greater or less than, like with numbers, but we're using equal operator here. Okay, this comparison operator, as we discussed, it checks and compares the value. Okay, let us test this one first. Okay, now basically it's asking me what is my role. Let's remove this one. My role is admin. It gave me the type here: update, create, and delete. Let's do it again. My role is like just let's type normal. Okay, you don't have permission. So you see what it did here? It basically checked whether it checks, it compares the conditions, then displays based on the conditions. Okay, but if you will use, there is also, let's say you have more than one condition. Let's say you have different roles. Okay, not only admin. We have admin. We have supervisor. We have technician. Okay, maybe we just want to give them some permission. Let's use else if. In this case, we can use, if you have more than one condition, we can use else if. Okay, we have more than one condition, we can use else if. For example, here, Control V, we'll just put this if, else if, and we'll add a bracket again. Okay, and type here role is equals to, let's say, supervisor. Okay, he can update and create, but he doesn't need to delete. Okay, doesn't need to delete. He can update and create, he doesn't need to delete. Let's say we have else, you can add here, you have to put space here, else you can add here document write dot write, and here you don't have permission, you don't have permission. Yeah, so basically this is how we can use if else if. Okay, else if you have more than one condition, if you want to check more than one condition, okay, you can use else if. Okay, and then we put here else, like if this condition is false, check this condition is also false, display this one. Okay, you don't have permission. If this is true, display this one. If this condition is true, display this one. If this condition is true, display this one. Yeah, if none of them are true, then display this one, you don't have permission. So this is basically the use case of if else. Let us try now. Let us say I'm a supervisor. Okay, now let's update it. Supervisor. permission update and create. But this is actually not supposed to happen. Let's check update and create. So it displayed this one correctly. Just the else statement is not displaying properly. Let us see. Let's display this one. Could have been that we put it here. Right. We'll check this. Let's try admin, for example. Update, create, update, create, and delete. Create and delete the same thing. It just displayed it twice, basically. Yeah. So this is the concept. Okay, the importance is we understand the concept of the if else. But there is a new way of doing this, the easier way, like a shortcut, and which is recommended to use. Okay, it's called ternary operators. So to use this one, second, use the ternary operator, we can do this way. Like instead of typing if, else, if, okay, we can use something called ternary operators to make it easy for us. So for example, let's type roll. It's used for simple conditions. Okay, let's type roll is greater than yeah, if roll is equals to admin, okay, and change it so it will be different administrator. Okay, so it will be, you'll put colon here. Okay, you notice we didn't write here if, we just, or the bracket also, we just type the condition directly and then we put colon. Anything after the colon will be considered as the statement. If this statement is true, it will display this one. No, actually it's not colon, you should type the question mark and just type this one, document update and delete. Okay, if it is not true, okay, you can type mm, you can type like, you can display like you don't have permission. So this is a normal if else. Okay, so this is, see, I just put it all in one line. Basically roll, I put the condition here. Okay, if this condition, if roll is equals to administrator, it will type for you this one, update creating this. Else it will type for you this one. Okay, then we put colon. Let us test this code first, and let's just put semicolon and let's just comment this code out. And, yeah, control C, type. Yeah, so let's type administrator. You don't have permission because I thought administrator. You don't have permission create update. So this actually, there is some issue here, but it should display only this one. Yeah, yeah. So let us try with a different example. Okay, let us try it with age. Let's say age is greater than or equals to 18. Okay, and specify here the question mark and specify here age equals to document dot write okay, document dot write, we'll put here document dot write Type here document.write, and we put document.write. Okay, one second, Control Z. Where's the, yeah. Okay, let's just type document.write, for example, here. And if age is greater than or equal to welcome. Else, we can just type document.write. You're too young. Okay, you are too young. Yeah. Like, let's save this one, and let's display the age. No, what is your role? It's displaying this one actually. Okay, just put this, comment this out. So it should ask, what is your role? What is your age? Change this one, put it, what is your age? So let us try now. Fresh. What is your age? Oh, so I'm 20. Display. Age is greater than or equals to 18. Which is because you have to declare the because age equals to 0. Like, you're too young. Okay. So basically, because I put 16, you're too young. Okay, so I put 21 here. It's only displaying you're too young. Hello, user. Welcome. Welcome. Greater than or equals to 18. So yeah, if it is greater than or equals to 18, welcome. Binary operators. Let us check this for a moment. 1 second. Really? Yeah, all right. Abi, طيب, okay, let's check this one for a moment. Okay, so when we type this one, it shouldn't actually display you're too young. Shouldn't. Syntax is correct. So our expression, variable 1 equals expression, comma, expression. It is actually 2, expression 3. The code is simple. It's correct. So assume I write here 1. Okay, if it is equals to 18, 18, yeah, it's always displaying the same value. let age equals to 0. Let me declare this one. Let equals to this one. Okay. So let us test using the make it greater than or equals to. Use console to test this one. Console. Use console.log. It's this one. Press type. I will type. So it's mentioning it. Let's try the console. It's undefined. Right. Okay, let us go through the remaining topics and we'll get back to this one later on. So basically, it's better to use ternary operators for simple conditions, so you don't have to write if-else statements. And okay, we'll get back to this one. Let's go to for loop. Okay, so for loop is very important. So it's used to loop fast. So for loop, the syntax of the for loop is like for, and you put here the start number, and then yeah, the condition. Then you'll put the increment. Like for example, let's say I is equals to 0. Okay, this is the initial phase. So now I is greater than or equals to, it's greater than, it's less than or equals to 10, like, and then I plus plus. So this is what we do with the for loop. Okay, the purpose of this code, now it should display. Let's try console.log. Put bracket and display I. Okay, let I equals to 0. Like, and remove this one. Let's check the we have removed all of it. Yeah, so as you can see, it displayed 0, 1, 0 up to 10. The reason it did that is that because, for example, let's just go here. Okay, here first we initialized I to be 0. Okay, so what it will do is first it will take I as 0. Okay, and then check the condition. If is I is 0 less than 10 or equal to 10? Yes, true. So it will display here. Okay, it will display here, display 0. Okay, then it will add here, increment. I plus plus is basically incrementing. Okay, we didn't discuss about this, but we'll discuss it after some time. I plus plus means incrementing, so it will add the value of I by 1. Okay, so for example, it's a 0, it will be 1. Here it will display 1, 1, then it will go again, it will put 1. Then it will check, is 1 less than or equal to 10? Yes, 1 is less than 10. So then it will add it here. It will add it to make it 2. It will keep looping, doing the same process, 0, 1, 2, up to it reaches 10. At the last number, it will be 10. Is 10 less than or equal to 11, 10? Yes, the last number is 10. Okay, because 10 is equals to, then it will add, then because 11 is less than, it's not equals to, because 11, since 11 is not equals to 10, it's not less than or equal to 10, it will not display it here. But if we put here less than 10 without putting equals to, it will display only up to 9. You see, only up to 9, because the last number is checking is 10, is 10. Since 10 is not less than 10, okay, so it will not display it here. Okay, it's one way how loops work. So basically, let me show you how increments and decrement operator works. So basically, let's say I plus plus. Okay, this is incrementing. It will increment the value of I by 1. Okay, there is also I minus minus. This will decrement the value of 1 by 1, yani reduce 1. Okay, there is also this way. We can also add it this way. Plus plus, for example, plus plus, then put I. So the difference between this one and the one I showed you previously is that this one will first increment, then display the value of I. Okay, not the opposite. Like let's try it here. Okay, let's try, for example, here console.log. Okay, let's do I plus plus. Okay, console.log. Okay, let's do I minus minus. Okay, console. Minus minus plus plus I. Okay, so dot log. Let's do minus minus I. Okay, let's do one more. Okay, console.log. Okay, let's do I plus or equals to I, or 1, sorry. Let's check each one. I will show you how. So here, what do you think the answer will be? 1. The answer will be 1, because I is 0 right now. Okay, and when you add it by 1, it will be 1. Right, let's put this in comment first. So, and let's try this one. I minus minus. What do you think the answer will be? Since I is 0 minus 0, it will be, it should be 0. Let us do it this way. This one, let's make it x. Okay, just for the sake of let y equals to, it doesn't have to be 0 actually, make it 5. Okay, y equals to z equals to, so let's say x1 x plus plus, and let's put here y minus minus, and here, because we don't want to do it the same way, no problem. Right, let's do it the same way. So this should be 0, because if this is 1, we increment 1, it will be 0, and this, it will be 1. Yeah, let's see the results here first. Type So initially it's 0 actually. Initially it's 0. Yes. So I it's 0 right now. Okay. We will add I by 1, which is 0 right now. Okay. So here it will be 1. But the calculation here is actually on, which is not correct. But let's try this one. So let's put this 3 for example. So initially the value will be 3. Okay. To be 4. The way it is done actually this is not good. So hi, we will continue with the for loops. With the for loops, let us go with the increment operators. Like for example, let's say let I equals to 5. Okay, initialize I with 5. Okay, let's say the initial value of I is 5. Okay, the initial value of I is 5 because I equals to 5. Then let's do the post increment I plus plus. I plus plus, what it will do is it will print 5 first. Okay, because I is actually 5, so it will print 5. When we run this code, it will be 5. Answer will be 5. Okay, because this plus plus will increment the value of 5 after printing it. Okay, so you will not see the display 5. So it becomes 6 now. Okay, on the display it's 5, but on the background and behind it this is 6. Okay, so now let's use I minus minus, which will print 6. Okay, then I know the value of I is 5. We agreed it's 6 now, right? It will print 6. And then it will decrement. Minus minus, it will post decrement. This post decrement, this post increment. Post means after. Okay, so it will be after it prints 6, it will decrement by 1. So it will become 5. So here now we go to pre-increment. Yani before incrementing. So now right now it is 5, right? So it will add before incrementing. So 6. I will become 6. Then it will print 6. It will print 6. Since this is pre-increment. Okay. Pre-decrement here minus minus. So now it's the value is 6, right? So to decrease it, minus minus I will become 5. Okay. 5. I will become no, then print 6. Sorry, I will be 6. Okay, but I will become 5 because you will first decrease it, decrement by 1, then print 5. Okay, so I will be 5. So this is the difference between increment, post increment, and pre increment. Okay, just study these concepts as it will be helpful with the for loop, while loop, and do while loop concepts. Like for example, addition, assignment. For example, there is also one more. Like here, you see I plus equals to 1. Yeah, so we agreed now I is right now it's 5. So if we use I plus equals to 1, it's like saying like this: I equals to I plus 1. So 5 plus 1 is 6. So 6 is equals to I. 6. This one, this one is same as saying this one equals to I. Sorry, 1. Yeah, the final value of I. This is it. So let's run this code and see how it will display the code. Okay, so this is it. This is how it will display. Just like we printed. Initial value is 5. Post increment I plus plus, it will be 5. because still we didn't increment the post increment. It will increment after printing the value. Remember, post increment prints the value first, then it will decrement. So it prints 5. But on the background, it's actually the value of I is 6. Okay. Yeah, the current value of I is 6. Okay. So there is a better way to do this. You can just do this. We can just do this to check to see the difference both outside. After this, after each code, you can just value of I is this. Okay. And you can put this after each. Remove the initial. So, okay. So let us save this code. Okay, so it will display for us here. So it will be easier for us to understand. So here I plus plus, the value of 5, the value of I is 5. So prints first, then it will add one more value, 1. So it will be 6. As you can see, it became 6. Since now it's 6, so now we will use I minus minus, right? This is post decrement. That means it will display 6. Okay, it will not decrease now, but it will decrease it by 1. Since there's my, so it will keep 5, it will make it 5. So I plus plus, this is the opposite. It will add, it was 5, it will add it and print it. Okay, this pre-increment. So it's became 6. Here's 6 value. This is how it is done. I hope this is clear. And now let us move on to the for loop. So this is how for loop works, basically. And yeah, the use cases are very straightforward. For loop is used when you have used when you know start and finish. Okay, but while, however, if you don't know, used when you don't know, while loop is used when you don't know, when you don't know, when the number of iteration is known, when the number of iteration, iteration, iteration is known. Okay, that's the difference. For loop is used when the number of iteration is known. Like for example, here we know 10 is the last number, so we use this. But while loop, however, while loop it is used when we don't know the number of iteration. Runs when the number of iteration is not known. When the number of iteration iterations is not known. Is not known. Is not known. While let's say I can do the same program. I is less than 10. No, give me an example with y. Let me give you an example with while. While is less than equals to 10. The same program and the same code will run actually using while loop. Console.log I. Let's just try this one. So let's remove this code. Let us even just let's just do this one. Okay, let's just remove this. It's not here now. Let's go back. Okay, okay, okay. Just report. Let's initialize I first. Let I equals to 0. Type. Now let's run this code. It will run. Isn't defined. We defined it earlier. Listen. I think it's an infinite loop. This is how we create an infinite loop. The reason for this is, as you can see, now it's just running. Yeah, because we didn't specify. We didn't specify anything here. So return. We can't use it this way. Running. This is how we make an infinite loop. I is equals to 10. Assume Z. Let's try with the I plus plus. You have to use I plus. I plus greater than less than that's it. But like yeah, we did it. So this is the same thing. So basically, we did the same code. So this is how we use the increment operator with while. Okay. As we said, the difference between for loop and while loop is that while loop we use it if we know the number. We don't know the number of iterations. Okay, but for loop is used when we know the number of iterations. And we have one more which is do while loop. This is the syntax for do while loop. Do while this condition is true, while specific condition is true. So basically, do while loop is good when you want at least one iteration, at least iterates once, iterates once. When you want to iterate it once, so we can use this, use for user input. Like for example, you want to say, yeah, use for while loop, yeah. Let's do the same example using do while loop. So we type do and we do like text, no, just type the number is console.log display. Let's use the backtick. Number is I, and we can type here I is less than or equals to less than 10, and we have to add I plus plus to increment the number. So let's save this one and remove this one. After it displayed, the number is 10. Okay, it will display to you one time, but I think because of this, one second, I is not defined. So let's I, for example, equals to 0. So the number is 0, the number is 1, so it's displayed up to 10. Okay, but let's assume I greater than 10. It didn't display, so this is the condition. It doesn't meet the condition. I is less than 10, right? But I put greater than 10 in while, but still displayed the first number. The number is 0. Okay? This is the difference. It will iterate once. Even if the condition is wrong, it has to iterate once. That's the difference between do while and while loop. So thanks you for listening. Next time we'll talk about functions. Hello. So now let's talk about functions. So basically, function is used to reuse codes. Basically, it's a way you can use the same code with different arguments. Use the same code multiple times. Okay, it's a block of code that's used multiple times. So the way to write function is like this. We start function and we type the name, for example, name, okay, square bracket, and this is the curly braces. This is how we type the function. Okay, and you must call the function in order to run it. Okay, let's say for example I want to run this specific function. In order to run this function, I have to call it. To call it, all I have to do is type the name, and this way I can call this function. Okay, this is a block of code where you can type the arguments here. Function also takes arguments, by the way. You can type here, for example, a, b. Okay, these are two parameters, arguments, parameters. Okay. Let's say let results equals to a plus b. Okay, so this is simple addition. Okay, and we'll type here return. We have to return something in the function. Okay, results. Okay, so this, let's enter 5 comma and we'll add 4. Okay, this should be 9. Let's save this. Save nothing because we have to type this one console dot log. Save it. So it displayed 9 because 5 plus 9 is 9. Let's analyze the code one by one. So I added here a and b, which is the arguments. Okay. So then it took a and b from here, and then assigned the results to the result. Then it returned results. The function must return something. Okay. This is how we can call a function. Okay. So let's say, for example, I want to, yeah, this is one way of writing a function. There is another way, which is the new way, and most recommended to use arrow functions. Arrow functions, arrow functions basically are more concise. Okay, it will take two parameters. For example, here, let's say const. Okay, add addition. Let's name it addition. Addition. Yeah, addition. Okay, and let's just put it. Let us give it two parameters. Parameter one, which is a comma b, and then let's just do the arrow function here. Do the arrow, and then put a plus b. This is a simpler way of writing the same code as the above. This is a simpler way. So now all I have to do is console.log to display the same addition. To call a function, remember you have to add the two brackets. It displayed not a number because a plus b is so you have to add just 4 comma 6. We have to add the arguments, so it's 10. 4 plus 6 is 10. So using this, so basically this is how we can use the arrow function. Arrow function is very important, and it will simplify the process of creating a function. Okay, once it returns any variable declared inside a function can be accessed only inside any variable which it was returned. So basically anything after the arrow will be returned. Okay, uh, anything before after the arrow will be returned. Okay, this is how arrow function is actually used. Okay. And there is even more ways to simplify this arrow function. Let's assume okay, let's assume like you don't even have to, even if the bracket is removed. Let's say we have one parameters. Okay, let's say we want to just display the number 1. Okay, we can just simplify the process by typing this way. We can just type this one and put the arrow here, and it will display 1. So this will return 1. We can try by doing here x will return 1. So this basically what it does is the same as this word. We just removed the name, the function name, just put the bracket and put the arrow. This we can use this way also in case we have only one value to return. If we don't have any parameters, if we have only one parameter. Also, if you have one parameter, it can be used. Only one parameter, it can be used. We can also use like this, for example, num. Okay, but num will be let's say 2. So let's say num is basically num plus 2. Okay, so let num. Yeah. So it displays 4 here. This works because you can also, if you have only one parameter, you can use this the arrow function. You don't need to use the normal function. If there's more than one, you have to use this one. But this is also one way of doing it, using the arrow function. One way of doing it using the arrow function. And let's assume, for example, okay, let me give you one scenario. Okay. Let me give you here function read, and I put here name. Yeah. And I type here console.log, and I type here this one. Hello. Hello. Name. It will basically display the name. Assume it will display the name. Hello name. Okay. So this is the code, the name variable. But let's put it like this, better prompt the user to enter the name. Okay, const name equals to prompt the user to prompt what is your name. Okay, let us just remove this one. My name is John. Let's say my name is John. Play. Type any name here. Take the name as input. Okay, right. So the issue is the function. It is invoking it here. So you have to run the. And actually, we have to remember we have to call the function. So console.log, we have to call the function which is greet. So basically, what it will do now, it will take the name, for example, Ahmed here. I will type Ahmed here. So once put Ahmed, it will type here hello and type Ahmed here. Hello undefined. No, because no, we have to put this one actually here. Let's just put it here. Yeah. So see, it returned hello John. Okay, because the value, because the name. Okay, here in this example, okay, because you type the name John, so and it's called the function greet, and it put the name John, and it displayed hello John. But what if, for example, let's refresh here. What if I don't type anyone here, I don't type any name here, like I put it like this. It will display hello undefined. It will just display hello. It will not display the anything else. So in this case, there is one way to fix this problem. Okay. Now we call it default parameters. We can specify here something like this guest. Okay. You can just specify here like something like this. Okay. Like if you don't type anything here, it's going to don't prompt anything on the it should display hello guest. This is called default parameter. The user doesn't have the name, it will simply the hello guest. Maybe it was this. Let res equals to this and mention here res will be so type and let's do nothing here. Hello, only hello without any name because the name would be because the name would be default parameters. Hello guest. Okay, so if the user doesn't enter anything, it will return hello guest. Type. I think let's just press here. Rest. Say hello John, right? But if we don't put anything, so hello null. Do we type anything? We don't type anything. Nothing. Which is why you should use this one. Hello guest. Okay, if this simply display hello guest. It's not taking it as a parameter. B equals to this one. console hello log. This should be returned. Okay, this is how we can define the default parameter. Okay, so basically it will display hello guest if you don't specify anything. If the user didn't input any any input to the field, it will specify to the default parameter, which is guest. Okay, instead of displaying undefined or null. Okay, that's the concept of default parameters. And there is one more concept we have to talk about when we talk about functions. Hoisting. Hoisting is very important. A very important concept that must be discussed. Hoisting, basically, what hoisting is. Okay, in JS mechanism, when a variable or function declaration are moved to the top of the scope when they compile. That's what hoisting done. It will move a code to the top during compilation. Let me give you an example. Let's say, for example, I have var, not var. Let's declare a function. Okay, let's say function. I name it hello. Okay, and this is a function. It returns return a plus b and comma returns a plus b, just a plus b. Okay, add a b. Okay, so now if I try to do this, try to call this function from here, do you think it will work? Do you think it will work? Yes, it will work. Why? Because even if you call this function, okay, from the top, it will still work because on the background, this is what's happening. Let me uh, let me show you what's happening. On the background, it's taking this one, okay, and putting it here. Basically, that's the concept we call by hoisting. It takes the code, okay, from the bottom and push it to the top. That's hoisting. Okay, in order for to make the calculation. So that's the feature for hoisting. So even if you try to call the function before it's declared, it will still work. It will not give you any errors. Okay, this is function declaration. Okay, but there is one way to make an exception. Okay, let me show you with var, for example. Let's say we declared var equals to 10. No, we declare var equals to a. Okay, var equals to a. No, var a. Okay, we've declared it here, and let's say a equals to 10. Yeah, and console dot log. So console dot log a. Do you think this will give an error? No, it won't. It will just display 10. Same concept with hoisting. Okay, this is taking this var declaration and putting it on the top. But if you use let, for example, this will not work. Okay, see, it will give you an error. Cannot access a before initialization. Okay, let does not do hoisting. Okay, same with const. So this is the concept of hoisting. It takes the code and puts it to the top. Okay, so let us do something with this. Now we agreed that this function will do hoisting, but how we can, there is another way so we can make it, this is called function declaration. Okay, there is another way called function expression. This doesn't do hoisting, hoisting, hoisting. Okay, for example, let hello equals to function, function. Okay, and type this, return, return a plus b. A plus b, it's okay, a plus b, and the same thing I will put here, a comma b. Okay, so I will try to call this function. I'll remove this first from the top, just like I did with the previous function. Do you think it will work? No, it will not work, because it cannot access hello before initialization. This function expression doesn't do hoisting. Okay, this is the concept of hoisting. Hoisting is basically takes this block of code and puts it to the top. So you can call it from any, you can call it from anywhere. Okay. There is one more concept we need to talk about when discussing function. It is invoked functions. Functions creates their own local scope, ensuring that only variables or functions inside do not link to the global. So basically, let's say we declare okay, let x here equals to 10. Yeah. Okay, let's use var for example. Let's use let me show you how the scopes work in function. Okay, let's do here console.log. Yeah, let's type x. Do you think it will access, do you think it will display the 10? No. Let's remove this for a moment, because we don't need it now. X is not defined because x right now it's accessed only inside this function before return. Like, let me give you one example. Let's say I cut this one. Okay, I put it here. It will work because it's in the local scope. Console.log x, let a dot b. We have to, yes, let no, because it will not run. We have to use the console. No, return console.log, because we need to specify here hello. Is a plus b, no, you have to specify the number here. I have to display 8, 8, and it displays 10 also. You see, it displays 10 and 8, 10. So this, because it's inside the function, it can display this one. But let's say I put this outside, it's not going to display 10. It will give you an error, x is not defined. So this x that's defined, declared inside the function, can only be accessed inside the scope. Let's check with var's case. Yeah, let's say we declare it with var. Same idea with var. Same. It's accessed from inside. It can only be accessed from inside. Okay. Let's assume we put here let x equals to 10. Then we'll be able to access it. 10. So let's say you want a function that calls itself. Okay, you don't want to do this. You want a function that calls itself. There's to discuss the self-invoked functions. Let's do like this. We put the bracket, we type function, okay, bracket, and this console dot log. Hello, hello. So if you see this, this is what it's going to do. Hello, it will display hello. It will automatically display hello. Even though we didn't call this function, it will automatically display, it will automatically call itself. This is what we call by self-invoked function. You can add brackets here. Okay, you'll put the function inside the brackets and add two more brackets here. It will display for you. It will automatically call the function, call itself, call itself. This is one concept we need to understand about functions. There is one more concept that we have to talk about. Let's say we want to do, let's say we don't know what the user will enter to the function, how many numbers, or let's say for example function, we'll add a function that adds number and displays it. So we have something called rest operators. For example, num, the user can enter more than one argument, one parameter, one argument, the value, and then we'll put num and console log, console.log num type and return num. So prompt let press equals to enter numbers, or do one thing, just display them. That's it. 30 numbers. Once it's entered, we'll add invoked here console.log. The calc should take input from num. So we'll start. We're going to start with the objects. Objects. So basically, you can add arrays, strings, function, any type, any type or object. For example, let's do an example. Let car, okay. So to create an object, this is the syntax. We put let car equals to, we'll put a curly braces here, and we'll put our key value pairs here. We'll put properties and their values, not properties and methods. Inside the object, we can have properties and methods. Okay, let's start with properties. For example, let's say title of this car. I want it to be BMW. Okay, so now this is how I can access this one. Okay, and I'll put comma here, and the price of this car, it's going to be 5,000, 50,000. Okay, comma, and the color of this car. Okay, this is the property color, so the color will be, let's say it has two colors. We can put it in an array. As we agreed here, we said that, mentioned here that it can take array, strings, function, any type of data you can put inside there on an object. For example, let's say if we have two types of two colors for this BMW. Let's say we have the white and we have the red. So yeah, and this is how we can add this. Okay, and this, so I added an array here. Okay, so let's say you want to access the object. This is how you declare an object. In order to access it, you have two options: either to use the dot notation, or we can use also the bracket notation. Let's try to use the dot notation. Okay, car is the object name here. Dot the properties. Okay, the property which is uh, title. So this should give me BMW. As you can see, it's giving me BMW because the title, the car is BMW. Okay, we can check the price, for example, from here. Price 50,000. Okay, so let us do it using the bracket notation. Bracket notation. Let's say I want to access the price. I can just put this and it should display the same thing. Okay, I can use the bracket notation or the dot notation. For me, dot notation is simpler, less simpler. It's just a matter of typing dot price and it will display for you the price. Okay, so this is how we can access an object. What about the array? This is how we can access this, any strings and numbers from the object. But what about an array? To access an array inside the object, so let us try to do something. Copy this one, paste it here. So I'm going to do car. Okay, I'm going to make, I'm going to try something to do. Learn, which is color, right? And 0. Yeah. So this is how we can access the array inside the tag. You can use 0, or you can use, like, if you have more than one pair, you can use 1. So this is how we can access. It will be red. So you see what I did here? I used car color and I put the value here. So this is how we can access inside. So not only this, we can also add. Yeah, we can also add to the array. But before doing that, let's talk about nested objects. Okay, let's say you want to add an object inside this object. If you remember, we did the same thing with the arrays. We added an array inside the array. So we can also add an object inside an object. Okay, let's try to add phone number, for example. Phone number, and we will do like this. We do it this way. First, so this is a phone number. Okay, comma, and we have to add, yeah, don't forget to add commas after each line in the, okay, and expected, yeah, yes. So basically this is how we can add inside the, so let's put here second, for example. Let us try to do, he stopped, he doesn't care, and let's, yeah, now let us save this and try to access the nested object. Okay, let's say there is a car here. Okay, and I want to access the phone number. Let's do the phone number here, phone number, and let's do first, and it will bring me the number. This is how we can access the phone number. This is how we can access the nested object. Put the object name here, car, and then we put here the phone number, and then the name first. This is how it's done for nested object. In case we want to add a function, again, that's also possible. Let's put here hello. Okay, hello, and we add put this, hello function. So this is how we can add a function. In case of function, this is not called a property, this is called a method. Okay, so we'll remove this one. Okay, and put comma here, and hello function. So to add a function inside an object, all we have to do is use this and return hello, return hello. So this function will just return hello, return yes, r, return hello. So this way, now let's try to access this using console log car hello, and so now it should display hello, it returns hello. As you can see, this is how we can access hello. So this is called a method, okay, for functions. So this is how we can put a function inside an object, and this is how we can add an object inside an object, and this is how we can add an array inside the object. This is how we can add a number and string. And let's say we want to modify the object. In order to modify the object, we have okay, let's say we want to change the title. So all we have to do is just type car dot title equals to, and type the name. Instead of BMW, we'll mention it Honda. So let us display title just for the dot title. So yeah, here it displayed Honda here. As you can see, this it changed the array. Let us display the object, all the objects, so we can see it is showing Honda. This is how we can change the object, the modified object. Okay, there is another way of creating objects. Okay, but we'll discuss it later on. Okay, this way is like for example, let me show you hmm, okay, let's discuss another topic related to object, which is this, which is very important topic. Okay, basically this is a keyword that points, is a keyword that points, that means points, keyword that points to the object, that it belongs to. But its value changes based on where you use it. Okay, this is a keyword that points to the object that it belongs to. Its value change based on where you use it. Keep this concept in your mind. This definition. Now we'll talk about it. So, okay, let me give you an example. Okay, let me give you an example. Uh, let's say this const person. Okay, it's a new object equals to name equals to John. Okay, John, and let's put this down so you can see the code at the top. Yeah, name equals to John, so comma, and we have also, we can mention the function or method greet. Okay, greet is a method function dot. so we'll add here, we'll return console dot log this dot name. So this dot name. So basically, when we call this function, person dot greet, person dot greet, let's put it in the console dot log, and put person dot greet method. It should display John. Yeah, it should display John, because the name is John, right? And this here, this that we used refers to the person. Okay, this refers to the person object. So as we mentioned in the definition, this is a keyword that points to the object that it belongs to. Okay, so here this is like saying person dot name. Same thing happens, John. So instead of using person, we have used this. Okay, so this is how we can use this keyword inside an object. Okay, but let me give you another example. Refers to the element. Like if you put this, you can also put this inside of HTML code. Like for example, let's say I put button here. Yeah, I put here on click. Okay, this is event, so you don't have to worry about this. We'll talk about it later on. So let's say hello, or let's use this. So if I put this here, okay, this dot something or whatever, it means that it is referring to the button, to the element. So basically, yeah. So this will create a new. Like, let's try doing some. Let's try doing another example. Okay, so we can understand this concept even better. Let's do another example. Okay, let's let user one is equals to bracket name dot Abdulrahman. Abdul. Okay, let's make it short. And we put get name, which is a method, because we'll use a function with it. Function. Yeah. And this is, we have, don't forget to put comma after each line, on the each line end of the line. And return hello. Let's put here hello. Let's use the backtick so that we can use the hello. We'll put the other side here, and we'll add user one dot name, which is name. So this should display us the name Abdul, as we discussed. Yeah. Okay. So if we put the console log down here, okay, dot log, okay, we type the function name, which is user one dot get name. It should display hello Abdul. Okay. But let's assume that we want to create another object. Okay, same properties and methods. So there is one way to create a new object. Let user create a new object called user2, copies all the properties and methods to user1 and user2. But so what we will do is basically, let's say user2 here. Okay, this is the new object. I will create object dot create. Then I will put user1 here. Basically, this what it will do is it's going to copy this, okay, inside the new object, okay, called user2. Okay, that's what it will do. Okay, then to check, we can just do user2 here, user2 dot get name dot, still saying hello Abdul, right? Because the name is Abdul. So yeah, so let's just change. First of all, let's change user2 dot name to Ahmed. Okay, let's change it to Ahmed. Instead of Abdul, we want it to be Ahmed. This is how we want it to be. And so, but still, even though we change the name of user to, still it's using Ahmed. It's still displaying hello Abdul, which is from the user one. The reason is because we didn't use this when we copied this. Okay, we didn't use this keyword from user one on user one. We just copied user one. So in user two, it's like this. Let's display user two to check and user one to compare the differences. User one, okay, the object itself also dot log user two. Okay, so as you can see here, okay, in this object on, it's the same thing. No, on user one, okay, we have mentioned the name Abdul and the prototype and the function. The function we have mentioned here, yeah, we've mentioned here get name Abdul. Okay, it's taking the name equals to Abdul. Okay, the same thing will go with and user two also. To modify this, what we can do is choose user two, put this instead of this function, as it should be this. If we have done, that's the benefit of using this. If we have used this instead of user one and copied it and created a new object using, copied the same thing, okay, would have this would have given me a different result. Okay, let us check for example, copy Control V. Okay, let's make user 3 here and let's create another object from user 1 because user 1 now I'm using this. So Control S. So now when I view user 3, okay, user 3, it should be, as you can see. So let us view user 3 dot get name. This one, it will display hello Ahmed. Okay, it will display hello Ahmed. Yeah, this is the benefit of using this. Okay, now we know how to add new object, copy the properties and methods to another object. We know how to modify, how to access object, different ways of accessing, and how to add different types of data inside an object, like function, arrays. Now we know how to do this. There is one more concept and object that we need to know before moving on to the next section, and that is object assign. Yeah, basically object assign. So object assign combines multiple objects, okay, into one. Display combined end-to-end objects. So if you remember here, we have added two objects, user one and user two and user three. We have added three objects, okay. Let's say you want to combine them all. So we'll do like this. Let users, okay, equals to object dot assign method user one comma user two comma user three. So it will combine all this in one into one into one. C is not defined. 1 second. Control Z. This what is not defined. Let users. Okay. The issue is okay. So basically, we just need to remove this code because we don't need it now. Yeah. Remove. Yeah. Control S. Okay. Control Z. This user one and user SD here. This. Okay. So now, it will display the objects, both the objects. It should display here user 2, user 3, and user 1. I think it's because it's the same object. Let us just change user one. Oh no, instead of that, let's use car. For example, we have car, right? Let's combine car with user one. Yeah. So here's the thing. This is the car. Combined. We have combined both the objects together. Object assign is used to combine objects. Okay, and thank you for listening. Next time we'll talk about .dom. So now we're going to talk about DOM, which is very important concept and very useful to know. Let's start with the DOM is basically a document of okay. So basically DOM is let's say let me open for you an example here. Inspect yeah. So this is the DOM. So the elements document elements inside the HTML is basically the document and DOM is using JavaScript to manipulate HTML elements, using JS to manipulate HTML elements, and JavaScript to manipulate JavaScript to manipulate HTML element. This is very powerful. For example, let's say we want to yeah. Okay, let's start basically from the beginning. Let's start with the way to declare to select any HTML document. This is our HTML document. Yeah, I'm going to have a normal div. I will add a div and I will add h1 and I will add also p paragraph. Okay. The content of your thing. And we'll have here also this one. And we'll have heading of JavaScript. Let's display this. So I'm going to display 1 second. Let's just do this one. H1 plus P. Yeah. So this is heading. I will put JavaScript here. JavaScript. The paragraph I'll mention I love JavaScript. 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 this is how we can access. This is basically a simple program I used using HTML. I wrote using HTML. Okay, so let's say I want to access this HTML elements from my JavaScript document. How can I do that? Okay, let's say this H JavaScript H1 tag. I want to access it using this. There are many ways to do it. If you want to access with the ID, we'll specify an ID here and mention heading. Okay, so I will just use here and yeah, type here let head equals to document dot get element by ID, and I will specify here the ID heading. This is how we can get by ID. To test it, let us try to display heading here, and we will see if it's displayed or not. It's displayed null because the heading there's no the heading get element by ID heading H. Yeah, let's make sure that it's linked. The scripts.js, okay, it's linked. Displayed none. Let's try the other one. See the difference ID equals to var. Okay, control S. So get element let e equals to document dot get element by ID bracket r. Okay, let's display p. Sorry, no. The actually it should display the document inside the. Make sure that it's accessing the files. Yeah, we have get elements by ID, and we also have uh, get elements by get class name. Let's use class name for this one. Okay, class equals to bar. It's another way of accessing the document. So get elements by class name here. So let us try to access this console.log the HTML collection. So this one displayed bar. So it's displaying to me the code. So let's display here. Let's try head. Yeah. So basically, this is how it works. So as you can see uh, here, yeah, we were able to get the code, the HTML code This one is JavaScript code from the JavaScript document. Okay, so we declared, we got it, and we assigned it to head. And when I display this outputted head, it displayed the HTML code. This is the heading. This is one way of using dot get element by ID. If you want to use ID, you will type the ID here. If you want to use the class, we can use this option as well. Just P to get the class. Yeah, the type. Okay, there is one more document, get element by class name, to get if you want to retrieve a class name. If you want to retrieve an ID, get element by ID. There is also an option to get element by tag name, by tag name, by tag name. So all we have to do here is just P. So it will give you the tag, but it will get the element by the element tag name. Okay, we have get element by get element by class name, get element by tag name, tag name. So this is three. So there is one more, which is get element by no document dot query selector. Sorry, it is query selector and query selector all. Selector all. So this is the difference between those two. Okay, let's assume that I want to get a heading using the query selector. Okay, if I use the query selector, I have to specify the dot here. In this case, heading is let's check what is heading. Is it an ID? Is it, since it's an ID, and if I use query selector, I have to mention the hash. This one, I have to mention this sign. Okay, because if you don't mention this, it's not going to work. You can test it using head. It's going to bring you null because it's not working. But if you put the hash Weber here, it's going to work. As you can see, it retrieve the HTML code. Okay, this is in case of ID. In case of class, you have to use dot. This is one difference between query selector and the others. In the others, if you notice, get element by ID, class name, and tag name, we wouldn't use any dots. But in query selector, we have to use the dot or the hash sign for IDs. And in query selector also, it is actually recommended to be used, but there is one difference between one weakness of query selector. The problem with query selector is that it will only take the first element, and that will only reflect on the first element. For example, you have more than one. Let's say we have heading here. Let's copy it. Control C, Control V, Control V. We have 4 heading here. If you display it here, it will show all the JavaScript here. Okay. Okay, here we have 4 in the JavaScript. 4. Okay. So if we type, let's say we want to modify this head. I want to make it dot style dot color. Don't worry about the code. We will talk about this in details. Style Plus, let's do this using let's make, yeah, let's just change it. Good. No, because this is supposed to be this way. Wait 1 second. Right. Yeah. So this is basically how it should be. And not like that even. Just back. Not working here for some reason. Let's try. Let us just try to display header here when we use the header. It's going to display. Yeah, this one. This one, but go here. So, so basically, the problem with query selector is it will only affect this. For example, if you made any changes on this file in this document, it's going to affect this file, the first heading only. If you have more than one class with the same class name, for example, you want to reflect all the settings on all, you shouldn't use query selector. You should use query selector, which will uh, affect all the headings. That's the main difference between query selector and the query selector all. So we can see it here actually. If we don't put query selector, we just put brings you null here. It shows you null. Good. Or the style function. Style. That would work. That's the difference between query selector and query selector all. Okay. The main thing that you need to remember is to avoid errors, use camel case always when you use this one. Always use camel case. Always for all this. It must be camel case. Okay. Always use camel case. Camel case. Okay. Like for example, first letter is small for the first word. Second word, the first letter is capital. Like this. First letter of every word should be capital. Secondly, what you need to remember is that you need for this tree, for get element by ID, by class name and tag name, you don't need to use no need to add no need to add dot or hash before the identifier, like for example here heading here, but here we have to add for this must add dot for classes, okay, and this you have to this for ID, okay. This is very small, but it's very important to memorize this because it will save you a lot of headache later on. And the difference between query selector and query selector all only affects the first element, affects all elements, affects query selector all affects all the elements, all the elements same class already. Let's see. Right. This is the difference between this. Or we move. So let's assume we want to copy the document, the images or documents in the document. We'll display the first image. Okay, let's say we have different images in the here. So we have different images. Okay. And let's say we added here images. Let's add some images here. Let's say we added one here, and we added yeah, we'll add two more, one and two. Okay, we've added three different images here, and I'll put image times 3. Okay, so basically what I will do is the source, I will put it images dot image 1 JPEG. I'll add here images 2 JPEG. I'll put here images 3 JPEG. So we have 4 images here. Okay, and we want to access this from the JavaScript, from JavaScript. So what we can do is basically, let's say let images equals to document dot images. Okay, but this will display all the images. Console dot log. Let us open this for our reference. Yeah, use the console. Open the console tab here. Okay. So console.log and display images. So the result will be, it will display for you all the 3 images. See, first image, second image, and the third image. Okay, this will get all the images from the HTML document. Okay, but there is a way. Let's say you want to specify only first image, you can use this one, bracket notation slash bracket 0. See, it will only give you the first image. Okay, and you can add here 2, will give you the second image. So this is how we can get images from the HTML document. The same thing we can do for links also. Let links equals to document dot links. Okay, and let's put some links here. Let's copy this first, Control C. Put here Control V. Just change this one to links, links. So let us copy the links here. Let's add some links here. A dot link. Control C. I'll just Control V. Control V. So I'll just put 1, 2, 3. So I have added different links. So let's check the JavaScript. Here it gave me the links. Okay. Same thing it did with the links. Okay, it listed for me, it brought me all the links. But let's say I want to access only some, the first one. Okay, all I have to do is use this one. Give me this link. So this is how we can get the links from the HTML document. Let's say we want to get the body. Okay, let body equals to document dot body. That's it. That's all we have to do. So now if we Control C, copy this, Control V, and try to get the body from here. See, as you can see, we got the body, entire body here. This is how we can get the body from the HTML. And the same thing we can do with forms, with anything. Okay. So let's say I want to change the source of this image here. Yeah, I want to change the source of this image. So I can just type images, and I'll put first image. I don't like it, so I will put source of the image. We can just put source here, and equals to, you can specify here the location, images, image 4 .jpg. Using source attributes, but it will reflect on the change. Attributes has attributes will check if element has an attributes or not. So let's say I want to see the attributes of the image. Okay, I can go to image dot attributes, has attributes. Okay, I'll just type source. Does it have source or no? Put it inside console just to get console.logs, just to get the attributes if it's available or not. This has attributes will give me true if this image has a source attributes or not. You can do that. Okay, fine. But has attributes or not. So you can set attributes. Also, you can remove attributes. So let's say I want to remove the attributes or set an attribute for this image. Okay, I want to change images. I want to do for the first one images. Okay, or it's already set, since it's already set here. Second one, document.images. Let us try to change the images. Images dot set attributes to I will do the source attributes, I want it to be add a different picture here, different unrelated pic from here. I will just use the name. Okay, so this picture has no relations with any of it. So let's try to add well, okay, we can add this one, the source as tel. That image has attributes. We will set attribute of the source to tel. Second, te and this image dot jpeg dot jpeg. Yeah. So comma. So this is how we can change the attributes. To check, we will check images, but to is the S is not actually there. What images? Let images document. Yeah, I cannot access images before initialization. Makes sense because we're using this. So as you can see, it has just displayed, changed the image of this one. Okay, basically this is what set attributes does. Set attributes will change the attributes, will change the source, the attributes, and here I specified the value. Okay, this is not only used in this case, it can have other use cases. You can also remove the attributes. For example, remove the attributes. Yeah, this is how we can add or change the attributes. You can remove the attributes by using remove dot attributes, and you can also use no, remove attributes. No, there is no dot, just remove attributes, and set attributes, remove attributes, and you can also add HTML. Let's do this for a moment. Let's just put this here. Let us this first. Yeah. Okay. Type. Okay. Let head document query selector or heading. So I want to add one more for dev. I will add one HTML. Okay. Okay. Let me put dev here. Let me put container class equals to container. Container. Okay. This is a new class. We should call it container. Is what exactly? Say I want to add class equals to container. This is how we can add a container to the script. So we'll add a container. Let container equals to document dot query selector dot container. Put it in the commit. This is how we can get the container value. Oh, let us try to get it using the console.log container. Yeah, so it's working. So I want to add paragraph inside this container. So I can do this also from the JavaScript itself. So all I have to do is type container dot inner l, then specify what I want to add. Let's say I want to add p paragraph, and I want to mention I love JavaScript p. Result of function because some syntax error entered HTML. Yes, it is. So yeah, it's JavaScript. HTML. HTML. Yeah. So that is how to use the container. Dot document. You select. So this is actually the wrong way of adding it. So you can type equal here. Okay, equal here. So it will display for you the container. It will add the 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 I love JavaScript. We can check by we'll add this code under the dev. Let's go to the code and check. We have here, yeah, as you can see, I love JavaScript. It's already added here. Okay, under the container. So this is how you can add an element inside the HTML element inside the HTML document. Okay, this is one way of adding HTML element. Okay, so if you want, let's say you want to add the text. Okay, not the code. Display. Yeah, let's say you want to add text inside an element. Okay, let's say you want to create an element without any uh, text. You can do it this way. You can do create equals to document document dot document dot create create element. Okay, I will do it this way. Create element, and I'll put, let's say I want to add an h1 tag inside this. Okay, I will add it this way. Inside the container, there should be an h1 tag now. Inside an h1, create an element inside an h1 tag. This is to create an element, صح? Create a new element, which is h1. Okay, and then we can append it to the container dot append child. Okay, this what I will do is h1. So now it should have created an h1 under the character. Cut this for a moment and check. Yeah. So this is one way to append, to create an element. So this is what I did. I created an element h1, okay, and put it in a variable h1, and then I appended it to the container, appended as a child. Okay, so under h1 there is an h1 tag. Under the dev container there is an h1 tag. Okay, as you can see here there is an h1 tag. So first I will prepare the HTML document. I will add the CSS and the script tag link. I'll make a container and I'll add a paragraph. So now I'm going to try to select the paragraph from the HTML document, P element. So I'll put paragraph. Document dot query selector P. So now I will show you how to add a text content inside an element, an HTML element. Okay, so as you can see now in the browser there is nothing inside the paragraph element, so it's an empty element. So I want to add some, let's say I want to add some text inside it from the JavaScript. So there is a way to do it using the text content method. So let's go to the JavaScript now. par dot text content equals to single quote, and I will write I love JavaScript. Yeah, I love JavaScript. So now I've saved. As you can see, it displayed on the browser. So this is how we can add text content inside any element in HTML using JavaScript. So let's say I want to change the color of this JavaScript of this text. Okay, there is a way we can do it using the method called .style. .style. Okay, it's like just like using the way we use it in CSS, we can use it also in JavaScript. Write a variable name .style any attributes you want to change. Okay, we can type here bar. For example, let's say I want to make the background color. I'll make the background color black, for example, and the text color white. And as you can see, these are all the attributes we can modify or play with from for the element. Okay, and that's it. Let's move on to the next topic, which is class list. Okay, this is another way of adding styles, CSS classes to an HTML element. Actually, this is the recommended way of doing it. Okay, this is the best way, better than the way that I showed you before. Instead of adding styles for each element's attribute, you one by one, you can do it using the class list built-in method. Like I'll show you with an example. So I'm going to make an application that can, when the open model is clicked, it's going to show me I love JavaScript. But when I'll make also another button closed, when it's closed, it will when someone clicks the closed button, it will make the hide the I love JavaScript text. So the way to do it, first I'm going to make a class in CSS. I'm going to call it open. Mention hide display none. Yeah. So as you can see, it works. So I hide when I add the hide class, it hides the text for me. So I'm going to remove the hide class for now from the container. Remove it. So I'm going to make it so that by default it will be hidden. So to do this, I'm going to, one second, I'm going to change this to open instead of hide. Okay, just to simplify the process. I'm going to put display none on the container, so it will hide the text by default. And on the new class, I'm going to change display to block, so that when we click the button open, it will display the text. It will add the class. As you can see here, when I add the class, it's appeared. So this is basically what we are going to do using the JavaScript. But first, let's select the container, document dot query selector, and div dot container. So now I'm going to go to the container dot class list dot add. So I'm going to open. I'm going to add open. So in order for this, but to make this work when I click the button, so I'm going to have to use an event listener on click. I'll put on click here. Don't worry about this for now. I'm going to explain this in the next topic. Open click model. So basically what I'm saying is when this button is clicked, call this function, go to this function, open model function. Okay, on click equals to open model function. So now I'm going to go to JavaScript. I'm going to create a function. I'm going to call it open model. So as you can see, when I clicked the button, it opened for me the text. So this is good, but what if we close? We want to hide it back. So let me add another class here, add another button here to remove this class. I'll add another function class close model. We'll call it close model. Class list container dot class list dot remove. So there are dot remove. I'm going to add another button here. Remove model. I'm just going to remove this model. I'm just going to say, so it can say just open and close. So as you can see, when I open this, it displays the text. But one second. Yeah, the function name is actually closed. Sorry, not remove. Closed. Still it's not working, so there must be a mistake in the code, like remove. Yeah, it should be open. Actually, the class name is open. Let's change the open. Let's change the class name from remove to open. One second. I'll put here now open. So now when I open, it will open, and when I click close, it's going to close hide the text. So basically this is the use case of class list. This is useful when you want to make for navigation bar, for example. To make a navigation bar, this is actually very useful. And so let's move on to the next topic. So I'm going to show you how so we're going to talk about how to change attributes using JavaScript. Like attributes is basically like how to change the attributes of an element, like modify or remove attributes from an element using set attributes and remove attributes method. So for example, let's say, let's add, let me give you an example here. I'll add an image here. Okay, I've added an image here. So yeah, I have image 1, 2, and 3. So I'm going to retrieve the image from the element, from the HTML element, and I'm going to set the source of the image to, I'm going to set the source to, for example, image1.jpg. Yeah, so it's getting the image correctly. So let's check the source. As you can see, it reflected here, the image 1.jpg on the image tag. Let us check the code. Yeah, as you can see, yeah. So as you can see, the image is there. Image source dot equals to image1.jpg. Okay, I didn't specify any source in the HTML code, but I was able to modify, to add this by using the set attributes method in the from the JavaScript. So there is one more. You can also remove the image using remove attributes. Remove the attributes using the remove attributes. So as you can see, the image is displaying down. Okay, when we open by default it's in the container class. So when we click open, the image appears on the container. So let's go to the next topic, which is event listening and handling. So if you remember, we used onClick on the HTML document in order to call the function. So when this button is clicked, you can go to open model function. This is how we did the previous project. But this is not the only way. We can even specify this in another way. We can just assign a class to each of this button, for example. So I'm going to select the buttons here. I mentioned button 1. Button 1 on click. This is one way of adding an event listener to the, of specifying the event. For example, button dot on click equals to function. This I'm just going to add the class list add and remove the open model function. As you can see, it works. So this is another way of doing it, of specifying the event. And this is also, there is also another way, like we can also mention the variable dot add event listener, like this as shown here, and specify the event type, click, and function, and just this also will work. As you can see, it's still working. So this is the preferred way actually. Okay, there is also another way to make it even simpler than this. You can specify this on the while selecting the item itself. Here we mentioned the event type on click. Okay, so that's, yeah, but this is not the only event type we have. We have other events like mouse over, for example. When I hover over the mouse without clicking it, it can make it work. It can work. And we have also mouse up, mouse down, like on mouse down. Okay, and there are many more event types. Okay, the most common ones are on click and mouse over. Yeah. Let us. We have also keyboard events like key down when you click key down, and we have. Let's try mouse over now. Okay. As you can see now, I just hover over the mouse without even clicking the button. It opened for me the text. So this is how event works, and this is actually very useful for when you create a navigation bars. For example, this is how it's used in the real world cases. Navigation bars. You can use this one combined with the class list add. So to add or remove or hide the nav bar.